Good day and good evening, and welcome to Palace of the Dead solo with me, Chaiji, but you can just call me Kai. Been a week, we had a patch, but we're back, and we're starting from floor 41. We got kicked all the way back down from floor 190 a little bit ago, but we got back to floor 40 and 41, and then we continue from there. I'm probably not going to get to the real interesting part tonight, but it's going to be real nice, cozy. We'll see how far we get. That said, hey Aerodil, hey FFXIV, hey Nox, hey Marcus, hey Caetsu Dragoon, hey Xeros, hey Thaddeus, hey Giraheen. Hope you're all doing very well. And you're welcome, Thaddeus. Hey Rust, hope you're doing well as well. And also, Nox, are you sure? Are you sure it was Warframe that did that to you? Thank you, Gazel. Hey, Grace. Hope you're doing well. That's very serious music for floor 41. Sounds like I'm going to get ganked. Gold chest. Oh, strength. Nice. Hey, Rillian. Hope you're doing well. Oh, hi. You come here often? Hey, Sally. Hope you're doing well. Are the pumpkin earrings so bad? Where does the you can probably find it on like console games wiki. Where does it say it drops from? Oh, you see, Ridlian. Oh, glass pumpkin earring, right. In that case, the way you get it is the glass pumpkins are rewards for clearing a run. I think it's like half the time you get those, and the other half of the time you get a different thing. So you just need a 4-man team and just repeatedly do it. Alright? Is that it? You could also exchange fire crests for them, yes. From what I've been told, Thaddeus, it's not even 50-50 chance. Like, I think the first time might be 50-50 chance, I'm not actually sure, but I have been told that it is not random which reward you get when you clear floor 200. Of those two currencies, it's like you get one, then the other, then the one, like, and they alternate. That's what I've been told anyway. I've only done one clear to 200 myself, so I don't actually know. I think I only have the glass pumpkin thing. Yannick says, I have 20 pumpkins and 15 fire crests. Oh, so it is random. Or what? I don't know. That's just what I've been, like, that's also why I preface it by saying that's what I've been told. You haven't used any, Yannick? That's a party room. Imagine like a mod where as you get closer to a party room, you just hear like the beat of a heavy bass, just. And when you get to the party room, there's just like disco lights all over the place. That would be amazing. Got one of each housing decoration. Then the question is of course, are there more Firecrest decorations than pumpkin decorations? Does anyone know how long it takes for 200 floors with 4 people? Hours. How many hours? I can't say, but I did do a full run in one sitting on a stream. And that was like with a group where we weren't very optimal. And let's just say I was the one calling the shots, and it was my first clear. Twink. Serenity. I mean, I believe the hardest part about getting into it is figuring out how to get a group together. Because you need it to be the same group. Oh man. It would have been funny if that was Serenity. Oh boy, an empty room at the end of a hallway. Yeah, also that, as Rust says, like, it doesn't have to be specifically the Palace of the Dead or Deep Dungeon Discords and whatnot. You can try communities that you feel comfortable with. Although I cannot guarantee that you'll find a group in the community Discord. It is something you could try. Is it a frame drop? There has not been any frame drops according to OBS for me. You could also just make a party finder, that's true, but that of course can also be very scary. Local YouTube connection problems. It could be. I've recently enabled a setting on OBS that allows it to dynamically grade down the bitrate if there's connection issues. So it's a possibility that it will replace actual frame drops with a drop in quality. But I don't think we've had any frame drops since I enabled that, which I think is just a coincidence. But that could explain it as well, but it might just be local connection issues. But the Manatee Mount, does that make me part of the cool kids club? It could be. If you think having a Manatee Mount makes you part of the cool kids club, then you are. An awkward time to find fortune. Where do you get the Manatee Mount? The Manatee Mount is from the new allied society in Dawntrail. It's been like 3 days since it has even been possible to have it at all. Yeah, if you can get together a party, like, coordinated outside the game, there is a better chance that you don't have to wait for the group to fill, because you just agree on a time. Me too, Nox. Like, the reason why I got the Manatee Mount today was because I spent the currency on the other items thinking, the mount is going to be the last thing you unlock, surely. They opened by giving you an emote. Surely they won't give you anything like super valuable early now, would they? Oh, how wrong I was. That of course makes me even more curious what on earth they're going to give us as the final rank. The bingo cat. I actually have a pretty good book. This could be a 3-liner, but it's, you know, all it takes is one sticker going wrong. But I have 5 stickers and it still has the ability to be a 3-liner. Like that has to count for something, right? Another bigger manatee. Like a 2-seater manatee. Clothes, maybe? Maybe they'll give us uh-oh. The funny duck hat goggle thing that the Pelu Pelu wear. This is really awkward. The manatee, but with a pink seat. I'm telling you, if they actually gave us a manatee mount with a pink seat, then I think I could call it that they made it for me. Not being entirely unreasonable. Was that silence trap right next to the safety Pomander box? Fun. It would be so specific that it would be really hard to say that it wasn't. Exactly, it would feel so specific that it's like, I know, you know, I make jokes about Yoshi P watching my channel and messing with me by making changes exactly so that my videos are wrong. But that's all jokes. But if they made that, they actually added a manatee mount with a pink seat on it. Instead of it saying it's a Punichi horn, it says it's a Kainichi horn. On this floor you have more HP, but if you don't like that, we have an antidote for that right next to you. Go ahead, drink it. The Yoshi P subtle wink, but in manatee form. Yeah, exactly. Wait. Oh, never mind. For a second I thought there were 2 bronze chests in the same room. Gimme Potsherd! Oh. Hey, baby. Hope you're doing well. A floor with so far 3 bronze chests. Will I find a single pomander here? No. Alternatively, you should be throwing your bone after messing with your videos all this time. I mean, I guess I messed back. When I made that video about the pets being bugged, it took like less than a day before at least 1 or 2 like Japanese gaming news articles appeared about it. And it took like less than a day before they actually officially commented, yeah, we know that the pets are bugged. We have seen it. Oops. It's fixed now though, but as we discovered on my birthday, there's another bug. At least it's that one is a very, I would say a very understandable oversight. For those that don't know about this, basically they have added a feature where they have a countermeasure for pet ghosting. What that means is when you order your pet to do something, your order, like Whispering Dawn, goes on cooldown. That makes sense. But if the pet doesn't actually manage to do the thing before they disappear for whatever reason, like for instance you dismissing them or summoning a new pet, why would you do that? Or you summon a better pet, like for example you order Eos to use Whispering Dawn and then you use Summon Seraph and Eos didn't manage to actually use Whispering Dawn in time. Then it can give you a refund. It'll just give you back the cooldown. Is what it appears to be. But from what I can tell, I haven't looked too deep into it, but from what I can tell, the bug is it gives you a full refund. Which is not a problem when it's like, it's just a cooldown, right? Like it's just a regular cooldown. Then it doesn't matter. But it also gives you a full refund on Radiant Aegis. And by full refund, I mean it gives you 2 charges. That's the problem. I'm pretty sure there isn't a problem with Whispering Dawn and Fey Illumination and whatnot, because you get the refund if the cast doesn't go through. So them giving it back to you just means, well, you didn't get to use it, but you also, now you have it back, so you can try again. But with Radiant Aegis, you could use Radiant Aegis, so you're down to 1 charge, and then you can use this anti-ghosting measure to oh, I should have checked that room. Whatever. To refresh to 2 charges. Which means every time you summon a new pet, you can, like, you use Radiant Aegis, and then when you're going to summon something new again, you late weave Radiant Aegis into deleting copy, and then you get 2 charges. Now you know how you can use it. Now don't do it. It's the stupidest thing to potentially get punished for exploiting. You don't need that many Radiant Aegises. You don't need it. So just don't do it. But that is how it works. I messed back. Exactly. So it's a good thing I'm not raiding a summoner. Even if you were raiding a summoner, you don't need it. Like, that's what I mean, is that, like, let's not forget that the game Like, the fights are balanced around all of the mages being able to do it, and Summoner having like a quadrillion times more barriers than the other mages doesn't change anything. Can't do it by accident. Oh, like that. But see, that's the thing. If you do it by accident, then it will happen very infrequently, and then I don't think you're... Like, I don't think it'll be a problem, but it's pretty obvious if you're doing it deliberately. Bruh. It's a very loud dragon. Pum, 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 pum. Are you a potshot? No. Is that like the 4th or 5th Phoenix down? Oops, all Phoenix down. Hey, Delane. Hope you're doing well. Are you waiting in Alliance raid, Roulette, Ridleyan? Imagine if Potshot... Yeah, could you imagine? That would be nice. Another Serenity. Oh, hi! It almost looked like I snuck past him. Still no potshots. Bum 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 bum. That was actually an instance of line of sight blocking aggro despite it being a sound mob. That is pretty funny. I was a little impressed that it took that long for him to aggro, given that I basically ran face first into him. If only having a Phoenix down worked like having an active Raising Pomander, that would be pretty nice. There's that one guy that decided to do the challenge where they delete the character if they take a single point of HP damage. I imagine that the... Oh yeah, I do remember that! Yes, I actually have seen that. Saw like the first bit. And it was pretty quick that I was like, yeah, I kind of know where this is going. Like, you're basically... Your HP is your barrier. That's it. Respect the punch wizard. I cast fist. It reminds me of that. There was a... Back when hardcore World of Warcraft, take it off your bingo cards, everyone, was really starting to get real popular. There was someone who tried to reach max level in Classic WoW without taking a single point of damage. Anyone wanna take a stab at guessing what class they might have played? Warrior? Now that would be pretty cool, but no. They played Mage. And they specifically played Frost Mage. Because Ice Barrier, which I think they get at level 30 or 40? I can't remember. It's also reasonably safe. The other alternative option they could use would be like Priest, because they get Power Word Shield at like level 4, I think. But I remember I think I saw a video on it. And I believe they died, or they failed, at like level 59 out of 60, by the way. Because of like, they misjudged a jump by an inch. And took like 10 damage. Like, also for the kiting, yes, Thaddeus. Like, at low levels, it's really handy. Oh, I actually got a pod shirt. It's really handy for kiting things. Disc priest means discipline priest, right? Yes. It does mean discipline priest. They have Frost Nova, silly, but like, basically, for the first several levels, they get by just spamming Frostbolt and running. And then maybe using Frost Nova if mobs get too close. At slightly higher level, they can get a talent, I believe, that makes it so that there is a chance enemies just get frozen in place when you hit them with a slow. Oh, that's good to hear, Phil. I mean, remember, if you have subscribed to the channel, it should show them whenever you check your subscriptions. And it should also, like, if you see any video I have, I'm pretty sure it should show, like, a red ring around my profile picture and say live. Hey, Gleaming, hope you're doing well. And fair enough, Rust, enjoy MSQ. Animation I remember is like ice meteors falling from the sky. Blizzard? Well, with Blizzard, they mainly use a talent that makes it so that the enemies just get slowed harder, and they use that for AoE farming. But yes, that is also a thing that they do. But I don't think you would do that if you had only 1 point of HP. But yeah, the story that I heard was that they failed at level 59. Like, in the final stretch, they failed. And the reason why I heard about this is because I saw the video, and they basically went... Like, in broad strokes, as I remember it, I'm pretty sure they said it's not hard to do this. It's just extremely tedious. Which is, like, long story short, that's the same as hardcore World of Warcraft. It's like, unless you impose some sort of diabolical challenge to yourself that makes it hard, then hardcore World of Warcraft is not hard. You can just choose to do things safely. You can just do that. But if you impose requirements to yourself to do things the hard way, then it becomes hard. But you don't. It doesn't have to be hard. You can level exclusively on green mobs, like green level mobs that you have a huge advantage over, and really carefully progress through. Like, you can do that. In the same way that going through with 1 HP, the hard part is reaching a level where you have some sort of safety measure. Was my best attempt thus far, Phil? My first, like, just to give the rundown, my actual first attempt at this was back in Endwalker, like 2 years ago, I think. As Summoner, where I failed somewhere on, like, floor 170 something. 170 something. Like, before Behemoth. My first attempt in Dawntrail was as Pictomancer, and I failed on floor 180 against Behemoth specifically. My second attempt in Dawntrail, which was very recently, the attempt before this one, I failed on floor 190 against the Godfather. And it was so close, but I made a mistake. So yeah, my record is 190, and was my previous attempt. Hey, nom nom nom, and thank you so much. I hope you have a good time as well. Yeah, thank you, Yannick. Yeah, I know. That's also the thing, is that The only reason why I was annoyed that I failed to Godfather was because, as those of you who saw it live saw, I knew exactly how to do it. I just made a single mistake and then it was no longer possible. Like, I had it. And all it took was one single mistake and then it's all over. That was why it was annoying. It didn't chant enough pink powers. Yeah, that sounds about right. And thank you, Necrofits. Enjoy your day. More Phoenix down. Is that 5? Small guy could have done it. Yeah, that's also what I guess we kind of discovered as we did it, Yannick, that I was good enough to be able to do it with just lust or just 2 lusts or just 1 strength, because I almost made it on the run back with neither, if I remember correctly. Oh yeah, that's true, Gleebing. Wait for it! Oh, that's true, Yannick. That is a good point. Ew, strength. Neat. Wink. Rage. Yeah. I already have the setup of Fortune, so sure. Splat. Splat. Oh, hi. Splat. Good luck, Nox. What character are you playing? I really like to play Bay. Them mega crits are funny. Phil, does the new raid convince me to finally pick up 11? Have you tried it yet? How does it feel? Yeah, that's exactly it, Necrofits. That was the Godfather. You made it to judo. Oh, okay. You don't wait for it there, I assume. That is a good idea, Yannick. Taylor or Robocco, are they not both characters that are like super specialized in I would almost say win more? Like Robocco has a synergy with leveling up, and Kayla isn't kind of the one, the blacksmith, that like just really likes to get more anvils and makes more anvils. Exactly, both have quote-unquote infinite scaling. I really liked Kayla when I just started on the game. The main reason why I really like specifically Bay is because she scales with the crits so hard that those like infinite scaling characters has a really hard time like matching that, in my experience, or at least when I've done it, because like Bay starts at like doing double as much as everyone else because of the possibility of quadruple crits. It's very nice of Aradel, Sally, I would say. Cinnamon Lol says, why do you run Palace a lot? Is there another award other than the title? No. Well, yeah, there are a bunch of things you can buy with the reward you get at floor 200, but I'm not interested in those. I don't have the title. I will end up with 200 Nightbakers. Oh man. Can't remember if I actually have that. No time to check that now though. Is Vataman new? It's been a bit since I played. I guess they added new characters then? Nice. We're the idol bros. Yo, hello. Why did you kill my bro? Ow. Don't punch me. On the 15th, so there was a Holocure patch on my birthday. Is that what you're saying? Who else is it that is in Gen 4? All right. That is pretty funny, Yannick. Ow. I think I remember. Maybe that's also Angelus. But there was this person who basically aimed to have #1 on every job. Thank you, Phil. And I totally get that. Like, wanting to go on the official first time around. Luna being the second best small pink candy enjoying YouTuber. Aha! She is definitely the better known one. I like that, Yannick. Fair enough. Ah. Is it Luna that's cracked at Souls-likes? I don't know. I haven't watched her much. Zeh. That's fair, Nox. I have watched some, but I've usually been more in it for the music. And that I get, Phil. But in fairness, Holocure is a really good, like, game similar to Vampire Survivor. Like, it's really, really good. To the point that, like, I had played Vampire Survivor. That was the reason why I was interested in Holocure in the first place. And I enjoyed Holocure more than Vampire Survivor. Oh. Too much affluence. My cup overfloweth with affluence. And serenity again. And more intuition. Hello. Steel. I'll use that on the way out, I guess. The horde is on the floor. The horde is on the floor. Wait, what? Where is it then? It's not entirely useless if you're on a floor where, oh look, another steel. If you're on a floor where you're exploring a bit, then you can at least see if there are traps. Yeah, free steel, that's a steal. Where is this? Where is it? Where? Where is it? Show me the intuition. I paid. I showed you my intuition. Please respond. Didn't I use the intuition in this room? Oh. Anyway, bye. It was really funny. My daily frontline yesterday, I did that move, stealing a node from another team. Twice. Just sneaking up behind someone, like defending it, like expecting enemies from in front of them, and then I just sneak up quietly behind them and take the point. And the best part is I'm like pretty sure I did it twice. Like one time is pretty funny, but twice is hilarious. Exactly, nom nom nom. Dude, flight. Twink. I shoot my intuition, please respond. Response. Shuffles to the side a bit, revealing the horde. Oh, nice. Thanks. Twink. Witching. Winking. Hello? Oh boy. This was not according to plan. What was this? Oh, right, witching. I could have used that. Serenity. You know, the worst part, Necrophits, is that I was aiming to get 0 enemies. That's the most awkward part. Aim for 0, get 3. What's the debuff on this floor? Knockback penalty. It means that the knockbacks don't work. Which means that if an enemy has a knockback, or a pull-in for that matter, they usually can't do it. That's rarely, like, super crucial, I believe. But it also means that if you're using Raging, the smack doesn't work if the enemy is unaffected by knockback. Like, in particular, if a mob is actually stuck to the floor due to, like, weird spawn conditions or something, like they're spawned weird, they're also immune to the slap from the Manticore, from Raging, if they can't be shoved. But for the players, specifically, knockback penalty just means you can't use Raging. Makes claws clawless. Oh yeah, that's a good point. Oh, whoops. Combo breaker. It's been a bit since I've actually ran Alliance Raid Roulette. Most of my Alliance Raids that I get is through Mentor Roulette. We see the horde. Anyway. Wait, there's also a treasure in here. What is that? Like witching or something? Did I not touch this? Strength! Oh, nice. Oh, definitely necrophytes. That's also part of the reason why I've stopped doing Alliance Raid Roulette much, is because I finished leveling everything. And I don't need poetics for anything. And I don't really need the aesthetics for much. Like, I get enough that I will eventually get what I want or need. So I don't have very much reason. Hey, veteran. Hope you're doing well. I usually stream for an approximate set of hours. So we'll see how far we are when that time is up. Sometimes I'll go a little overtime. Actually, if my regulars will probably be able to attest that I usually go overtime. But we will not be clearing tonight. We'll see how far we can get. Oh, right. Very useful intuition I got there, guys. Yep, pretty much, Liv. That is pretty much how it goes around here. It's a very specific stopping point planned, but I usually go over that. If you're on a job with shields, you can you can use it to prevent the knockback. Oh yeah, I think I remember I did that when we were here on Pictomancer. And I'm pretty sure that I did it, and then I realized that getting shoved across the entire arena was actually beneficial to me. So I actually actively made sure that he could had the freedom to just yeet me across the entire arena. But yes, that does work. Is what duty it gave me. Did it give you a Obon Monastery? Nog says, I'm just waiting for the one stream where Kai doesn't wear pink, so the center of the bingo card is in the free space. You mean my character? From one monitor with 60 FPS 14 to the other with 30 FPS 11 is very jarring. I could imagine that. And another interesting question there, Phil, I guess, is which thing seems to go faster? Palace of the Dead? Or 11? Whatever it is that you're doing. Does Kai even have a glamour plate that isn't pink? My gatherers and crafters have driver licenses. Because there's no content where they actually appear in, so I haven't bothered to do anything with that. But that does mean technically that the background is like the blue one. Also, Clubhouse! Put your hands in the air! Oh, whoops. Combo breaker! But my crafters and gatherers are wearing pink, so they're not pink. What was this? Oh, right, Serenity. Hey, Bronzome! Hope you're doing well. Racing! Wow. Are we looking today? Well, we're at floor 61 so far. In less than an hour. So decent? Probably unsurprisingly very little danger. Let's go back to the party house over on the other side. And see if they have some loot for me. Look, an Elpst. 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 Elves? Maybe. Are elves associated with elves? Thoughts? I think it's a mount you get from the Sahagin? Oh, nothing in here. Elpst. Oh, hi. I forgot about you. I think it's actually like a llama. It spat on me. That might be the case, Marcus. Treasure. Safety? Didn't I? Oh, right. This is one of those floors where you get sight and safety. Excuse me? Never mind. Be annoying about it then. How many OGSDs does Reaper even have? Because I'm highly enjoying the Soul 2 that I have to be concerned about. They get a raid buff. I think you might have already seen it. Arcane Circle. They, at, I believe it's level 86, they get the Lemure attacks, which means that during Enshroud, which is a level 80 and beyond, every second Reap action leads to a Lemure action. And the Lemure actions are OGCDs, and the Reap actions are 1.5. So, if you know how Machinist works, Ridleyan, you know, you use Hypercharge, you go blam 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 with Heat Blast and alternating OGCDs and all that. It's basically that, but only every second GCD. And it's only 4 of them. The 5th one is more like a normal GCD, but it's a spell. It's really funny with Reaper because it's like, it's really like a pretty slow job. Like, it's pretty relaxed. And then you get Enshroud. Hey Vyak, hope you're doing well. It's hard to compare to Dark Knight, really, and the key thing that makes, I think, that makes Reaper the most surprising with its, like, gear change, you could almost say, is that it specifically, when it uses Enshroud, its GCD goes down to 1.5. Which is, like, that's a thing it shares specifically with Machinist. Bruh. Zayfib and Deadfish, hope you're both doing well. I'm not going to open a treasure while I'm silenced. And pacified. Yep, basically that, Ridleyan. It's that Enshroud sort of means you get 5 GCDs in the time of 3 GCDs. And then you also get 2 OGCDs on top. So if you assume you're used to 1 action per 2.5 seconds because of the slowness of Reaper at certain levels, and then, you know, an occasional OGCD, then, like, you go from 1 thing every 2.5 seconds to nearly 3 every 2.5 seconds? But it's closer to 3 every 3 seconds. Can you put Pomanders on your bars? Nope. I'm not sure how console players go about it, but surely there is a way. Do you just have to menu fast if you're on a controller? Thank you, Erdil. Not only that, Liv, but even past 70, I would argue that Reapers have so few positionals that at the times where it could actually pose a problem, you probably have True North. Sure, why not? Alteration. Pew, pew. You know, Liv, I think a lot of people would say that exact same statement and then finish it with, it sucks. Below 70, Reaper has Death's Design, a 1-2-3, 1 OGCD, and 1 30-second cooldown. It's really boring. Quote, some people. I think it's pretty interesting because you can actually make something out of that. Like, you can make a... the thing is, Reaper can, if nothing else, still set up something to react to a burst possibility. Like, if you have, like, I don't know, an Astrologian in your party, you can stockpile Soul Gauge. Oh, a spot shirt, nice. To burst when you get a buff. It's more than what Viper can do at that level, right? Not pressing 3 buttons, yeah, exactly. I had to take a second to get that one, Bangladesh. Because I was like, Ultima? Oh, Ultima Weapon Extreme Countdown, right. That's pretty funny when you were talking about Reaper, only to tune in here and you're talking about Reaper. That's the true proof you need to say, yeah, we always talk about the same things, guy. Look, I watch one stream bot, I jump to your actual live stream, and it's the same subject. And it's the real reason why we need the bingo card. Reaper mentioned. Yep. Also, hey, Cyanide. And Bangladesh, hope you're both doing well. The Reaper specialist in disguise. Nah. I don't think I'm actually that good at Reaper. But it is one of those jobs that I can play decently. But because I play so many different jobs, I usually tend to gravitate towards those that I find really easy to like pick up on a whim, which means that for melee DPS, I'm much more likely to go Viper. If like it's like just a little something right now. What's the point of all this crowd control when it doesn't work? What's more difficult about Reaper's rotation than Viper? Reaper has the double enshroud. Viper just goes reawaken. Good thing I didn't open that as I stepped in that luring trap. I'm sure that like even like if the thing is, Dublin Shroud is like a thing to optimize around, but it's not like it's mandatory to do okay damage as a Reaper. But it is something, and by comparison, Viper's optimal burst, I believe you have to use Reawaken like shortly before the burst window, so that like you are slightly into the reawaken so that you can get 2 Ouroboros in the burst. It's a little comparable to Red Mage in that aspect, because Red Mages kinda want to be already a bit into their melee combo if they want to do double melee combo for their burst. Because their melee combo, like the full thing, takes like 12.5 seconds, not 10. So they would rather be like, you know, about 5 seconds in already, so that you can finish one and then start another one and finish that one in the 20-second window. Ow. What job is the least punishing if you mess up your rotation? Warrior? I would say. What can you mess up? Like, what can you mess up? And then, like, the camera slowly pans to all of my Savage streams where I'm playing Warrior. What is it to mess up aside from Drifting Queen? Every time any of your tools are ready, Yannick, every time they're ready, not clicking them is a mistake. There's actually a lot you can mess up as a Machinist. You could also say that about Warrior, like, well, every time Upheaval is available, if you don't click it, it's a mistake, and that's true. Every time Inner Release is available, you click it, or otherwise it's a mistake. It's not the end of the world, that's true. But that's also kind of what I was getting at with Warrior. Viper, press shiny buttons, press 1 OGSD, go into Blue Rage, win. I just want Deadfish. We've actually done this exercise on this channel before. What I want you to do is, if you have Viper unlocked, is go over to a striking dummy. Do one filler combo, you know, Reaving Fangs or whatever, right? Then use Serpent's Ire, and then use Vice Winder. And tell me which one is the shiny button. Press Reaving Fangs, Serpent's Ire, Vice Winder. And tell me which one is the shiny button. Hey Vince, hope you're doing well. Also hey Prakash, hope you're doing well as well. If you do exactly what I said you should do, you will see that both Hunter's Sting, I believe, and Swiftskin's Sting will be shining. Uncoiled Fury will be shining. Reawaken will be shining. Hunter's Coil will be shining. And Swiftskin's Coil will be shining. And if you take it one step further and then also use Uncoiled Fury, then, well, there will be at least one more button shining. The combo starter buff is color-coded, yes. Exactly, Liv. It's like mostly a joke, but it is because like a lot of people that go just press the shiny button for certain jobs completely miss the fact that if you actually legitimately say that to a Sprout that doesn't actually know what you mean by that, they're going to look at that and go, I don't know. Like, it's the same with Summoner. Just press the shiny button. You press Summon Bahamut, and there's like one shiny button. Then you press Energy Drain. For some reason, it's technically not shining, so why would you? Now Festa's also shining, I think. Not actually sure. But the instant that Summon Bahamut ends, You'll have 3 shining buttons, and they're mutually exclusive. So which one do you press? Exactly, Bangladesh. Exactly. Like, that doesn't narrow down my options at all. Deadfish says, I would say to the Sprout the same thing. Just press one of them and you'll be fine. I would not min-max a Sprout. Oh, see, the thing is, Deadfish, you can tell them what to do without dumbing it down so much that you say, just press the shiny button. That's what I do in my job guides. Like, take a moment, everyone, and realize that Sprout doesn't mean toddler. See what they can take, see what they can understand, and then explain it to them at a level where they can follow. Pressing energy drain will also make Ruin Fall shiny. Good point. But yeah, my point is that the press the shiny button thing exaggerates how simple these things are a lot. And if you sell it as just press 1, it'll be fine, and they don't get that, then you actually might make them think they're more stupid rather than them actually getting it. Then like, it might work. I'm just saying that there's no need to make it that simple. Sally says, I met some toddlers with better understanding that better understand skills than some adults I've met. Oof. There are 3 groups of shiny buttons. You could also say that. Also, by the way, Deadfish, I did notice you said you actually did go and try the thing that I suggested. That's appreciated. Sometimes people will just go, no, I won't do that. Silly streamer man. Why don't you do it? I'm in the middle of a duty. Oh, after the duty then. Oh yeah, use an alteration. Oh yeah. Neat. I need a more dumbed down version. Press 1. That is an excellent question, Phil. Thank you, Aradel. Bruh. Prakash says, trying to learn a class in WoW is way harder because I haven't found anyone who actually explains them properly. I believe with WoW there's a much stronger consensus that they just send everyone to something like Icy Veins or Wowhead. And the thing is, if you're completely new, they might be using some concepts that you don't know about without explaining them. It's a possibility. We are slowly reaching that kind of situation with Final Fantasy XIV, by the way. And some players do that. And if content creators making job guide videos doesn't get enough attention, then eventually you'll reach a point where it'll just be Icy Veins. Imagine being a sprout going to the balance and seeing a level 100 rotation guide. You see, that's exactly the reason why people refer to something like Icy Veins, because I'm pretty sure Icy Veins has you can just set what level you are, and it'll just automatically adjust the recommended opener and stuff to match. I think. I haven't used it. Steve says if you go to the leveling page, there's a slider. Hey, Silvermint. Hope you're doing well. Shout out to Chariot and Dynamo. I still have no idea what those mean. In case you're serious, Chariot and Dynamo refer to specific mechanics against, I believe it's Nail Vandanas, and Chariot happens to be it's a little more than that, but it is a circle AoE, and Dynamo, it's a little more than that, but it's a donut AoE. There's more to it than that, but they are basically circle AoEs and donut AoEs of some sort. Exactly. I also think it's funny, while we're on the subject, let's bring that back, that the first one, I believe the first boss to do limit cut type mechanics was Ravana, and I do believe it's called Swift Liberation, but for some reason we decided to call it limit cut, because that was the first time it mattered, quote unquote. Like the first time it was actually a problem. In a similar fashion to, I mean, we're not going to credit Chimera from Cutter's Cry for circles and donuts, because that wasn't a problem. What's a limit cut anyway? Broadly speaking, a limit cut is most, or all party members gets a number. The boss will dash to or through each player in that order, cleaving through anyone on the path, and then do a thing. In the case of Swift Liberation on Ravana, he just straight up dashes through the first player, and then dashes from the position he ends up in, from that, to through the second player, and so on and so forth, which means if you don't move out of the way and you're not positioned right, you die, because two hits is death. But yeah, in broad strokes, that's basically limit cut. But you can probably hear that that's rather vague. A lot of things can be limit cut. Like, there's a boss in Holminster Switch that has limit cut. Technically, they have limit cut. Teddy says it's because that's the indicator that they used. That would explain it, yeah. This is a little awkward. Phil says, someone in my static called a mechanic in the new extreme Shiva circles, so I imagined the circles, but they actually meant how Shiva works in E12S. With several icicles that are... Do you mean E8S? But yeah. Hey Gold Mario, hope you're doing well. This is Final Fantasy XIV. We're doing a specific kind of content called Deep Dungeons. Where we climb down a palace, which then gradually introduces harder and harder enemies. It's normally meant to be done as 4 players, but we're doing it as 1, because there's a special achievement challenge for that. One of the mechanics in E12S channels Shiva. Oh, like that. The mechanic in E12S isn't even in E8. I mean, in E8, they have... she does the thing where she has a proximity AoE in the middle, and after a few seconds, she might choose to flip and make it a lot of proximity AoEs on the edge of the arena instead. But yeah, I'm pretty sure the general consensus on the mechanic named Shiva is the one where she does like a spiral of circle AoEs. I'm pretty sure that's the one people normally call Shiva. Oh, that was a witching. I've been too long on the higher floors. I saw a floor 70 Ansu and had a heart attack. In before 20 gorillas. Oh man, I can't wait. Yeah, speaking of mechanics being named after such a mechanic. I think a really funny one is Earthshaker, and also Aradel mentioned Protein. The thing that I find really fascinating about that is because Earthshaker is, as far as I know, in some ways Protein, but not everyone. Like, Protein means, I believe, all 8 players are going to get hit by a cone AoE, so you have to do clock spots. To make sure they don't overlap. Earthshaker is some players are going to be targeted by cone AoEs. Which means it's basically Protein by that metric is Earthshaker but 8 times. Like Earthshaker but everyone. And Earthshaker is Protein but not everyone. Which I think is pretty funny. Guy's best friend, 4 gorillas in a room. Who would win, 1 Kai or 20 gorillas? That depends on whether I can take them one by one. And whether I get steel and strength. Protein hits twice though? Does Protein always hit twice? When I mean Protein, I mean the things we call Protein. Because if it is a specific requirement for mechanics to be considered Protein that it hits twice, then I guess there is a difference, because that means that Earthshaker is protein, but less targets, and also it only hits once. And protein is Earthshaker with it hits twice, and also it's everyone. But if that is true, I believe that it's not an entirely super ultra rare mechanic to have an attack that cleaves everyone and hits twice. Like it hits on the same location, which is rather specific. Maybe original protein hits twice, but then people called every clock spots protein. You see, that's the funny thing. I usually call it clock spots. And I have talked about like why I name things in a specific way, where like we have talked about on original Earthshaker hits 3 times. Which one was the original Earthshaker? Because I know that Sephiroth Extreme has an attack flat out called Earthshaker, and it hits 2 players once. And is actually a proximity cone AoE. That's where it gets really confusing, when there are multiple bosses that claim the name Earthshaker. C-Cell says protein gets thrown around for basically any super narrow cone AoE in the circles I'm around. I don't get it either. Like, see, that's the funny thing with naming mechanics after mechanics, is that the often the name of the mechanic explains itself, but it's comparable to oh, there's a lot of Dharmas here. Hey, Dark Remo, I have made a Palace of the Dead guide, but it's like a starter guide. Because I haven't actually beaten floor 200 solo. But I do have a starter guide. It's from a while ago, though. Hey, Bitsfox, hope you're doing well. We're calling this mechanic protein on purpose as opposed to I don't know how to pronounce protein. Like, EA is E, right? Protein. Protein. How do you want me to pronounce it? Either I'm pronouncing proteins wrong, or I'm pronouncing protein wrong. But yes, I did make a Palace of the Dead starter guide. Thank you, Aradil. But yeah, the reason why I call out mechanics in such weird ways that I do, where I call circle AoEs with a hole in the middle donuts, is because even though people, like some people, especially like kind of contrarian people, will be like, oh, well, actually, there are donuts without a hole in the middle, so why are you calling it a donut? But everyone knows that I meant a donut with a hole in the middle when I say that it's a donut. And by using silly words like that, some people find it easier to envision it. It also makes it funnier, and that makes it easier to remember. Which is also the reason why, if you saw our Savage streams on M4S, that I don't even say tanks and a donut. I say tanks in a donut because it's funnier. The tanks in a circle, healers in a circle, tanks in a donut, healers in a donut, because it's funnier that way. It makes it easier to remember. That's also why we settled on calling it pizza places. Because by making it funny, it makes it a little easier to remember. Exactly, Green. Someone seeing an out circle. Oh, a donut. Line AoE's donuts. All mechanics can be tanks in a square hole if you try hard enough. Tanks and donuts would break your teeth on their armor. True. Oh. No, leave me alone, Palace Bears. We're the Palace Bears. Ah, take this. In another dimension, New Yorker guy goes, tanks and a bagel. Tanks and a bagel. Hey James, hope you're doing well as well. Thank you so much. Jokes on those people, all donuts are triangular and made of rice. No, those are jelly donuts. I'm now imagining a small dragon doing a lecture and sounding like she's from the Bronx. Okay, Warrior, where does this mechanic go? Warrior presses Holmgang. It goes in the square hole. Alright, see this dragon here? He's gonna spit fire out of his mouth. What's that? Frontal cone? Nah, it's a bagel. It's a bagel. Oops, all bagels. I'm getting so much serenity. I'm so serene. Look! We return to Monkey! Monkey goes, time for my signature move. Stool pelt. Yes, you heard that right. Ooh. That's true, Yannick. Is that the 7th? 6th or 7th? Phoenix down? Boink. Boink. There's a lot of treasure for a room with 2 mobs in it. It's a little weird. We did invite people for a club, for a party house, but nobody came, so it's just the Gorilla Brothers. Hey Space Pirate, hope you're doing well. Return to communal salt rock. Ooh. Ah, pet shirt. Nice. Oh. Another Phoenix down. Phoenix down! Twink. Oh. Another alteration. Didn't I use an alteration on this floor? I'm pretty sure I actually used alteration for this floor. What? Hmm? Where's my mimic? Oh, did I already clear that? I guess I did. Strange. Stool pelt. Splat. My daily ventures into the coils? Oh man. But I need those Phoenix downs, man. I need them. It's not an addiction. I could quit whenever I want. If you're stupid and you know it, clap your hands. Oh man. Oh, that's that's really cute. Nom nom nom. I summoned Titan. Also, hey, Mewels. Hope you're doing well. Phoenix Down was useful, people would stop resting and say, "Can someone use their Phoenix Down?" And nobody would die to carry would die to carry limit restrictions. Carry limit restrictions? Oh, nobody would use it due to restrictions. Ah. Do you know you're right? I think the funny thing about it, Bokaj, is that I think that it was because resing someone in general was supposed to be valuable. Put these Aurochs here. What are they eating? Treasure maybe? Oh, let's do that. Splat. Slap. Ayo, slap. Hey, I have a joke for you. Slap. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. And for you too. Wink. What's a fun idea for a good what's a good idea for a fun troll macro? About the Phoenix Downs? Hmm. Eating the souls of the innocents or bagels. Ah, the only two options. Souls of innocents and bagels. Embrace my goblin jumper cables. Those are fun. Why are you here? Dry bagels. Why are you looking at my raging commander? Does my everything bagel contain soul of the innocents? If it contains everything, then yes. Love that every discussion eventually breaks down into conversation about bread. Yes. Hey Shaq, hope you're doing well. Yeah, I guess so, Yannick. I could imagine why it could possibly break something. I don't know. In progress? Well, we're reprogging. Yeah, the thing is, Aradil, if I'm actively looking at the chat when it happens and I'm not in combat or anything, I'm just like, oh, nailed it. Yoink. I have to go back and check in case it was in the spawn room. I can't remember if that's a possibility. Oh. Using Living Dead on player name. Prepare to make the heal check. Like a troll macro, like as if you could use it on other players? Oh, that would be pretty funny. Maybe that's the real strategy to get people to understand how Living Dead works. Just like spread a rumor that you can use it on other players. And then those other players will have to actually look up what Living Dead does exactly to know for sure that you can't use it on other players. Did you know you can right click on your food buffs? Oh, fortune. Excuse me? Ah, right. Dead end. We meet again. Yeah, that does make sense, Yannick. It is actually not too surprising, because that was also a trick that, or quote-unquote trick, that was kind of needed to solo Bales' wall synced. And that's, like, if you're doing it on a max level character with gear and everything, and better potions, like, that's pretty convenient. I believe it is possible with, like, godlike luck with appropriate gear. But the key thing is that because one of the bosses in Bales' Wall does percentage-based damage, whatever you do, food buff is detrimental on that specific boss. So it doesn't surprise me that another boss that hits you for percentage-based damage would remove your food buff. Right-click your burst potion buff to make it come off cooldown more quickly. Oh man. That would be really funny. As far as I know, Bocage, the general consensus in the community of players soloing Final Fantasy XIV from the start that do the same thing as Wrath is that Bales's Wall is too hard, so they don't expect you to do it. Like, it's okay to do that unsynced with some level advantage, I believe. I think it's the same with Castrum Meridianum. But again, as far as I have found, it is possible. It is possible. But it's a little annoying because it's like, it's RNG, and I don't think you can do it with a warrior. So, like, if you, like, you would have to level a specific job for that express purpose and things like that. He did it as Sage, and it sucked. Oh. Ow. Didn't Cat solo this Paladin? Cat soloed Castrum Meridianum as Sage, I believe. For Bales's Wall? I can't remember. I think it was Cat that soloed it as Warrior as well. The reason being that you need a ludicrous amount of healing, and Paladin does not have that. I mean, I actually, come to think of it, I don't even know if Cat is a he. Or identifies as a he. Cat, they did it. I believe Cat is a cat. Good point. What constitutes a troll macro? I think it's a little hard because it's mostly about like a certain threshold of being Lamau funny. That's what it takes. Like, you could make a res macro, and if you make it long and annoying enough, then it becomes a troll macro. He doesn't even want to look at me. He's embarrassed. Jack says, had someone use a macro in World of Darkness on Cerberus, which was multiple lines, had sound effects, and said it's ignore mechanics or clock. That does sound annoying. Right, we'll continue, but I will have to be right back. In the meantime, sanity restored. Alright, I'm back. See Space Pirate says, so res macro like, remember to right click off your weakness debuff, but it only works if your pass was good enough beforehand. Wait 30. Actually, I feel like you don't even have to get that brainy with it. You just have to get really weird with it. Like, there are people that have designed so obnoxious raise macros that people have said, I don't think I'm going to accept that res. That's when you know you have a troll macro. And use a raise macro myself, but I'm a button mash. I don't want to flood charge while I mash the button as I walk to get in range. Also that. But part of the reason why someone said every res, like Necrofed says every res macro is a troll macro is exactly because I've said this like 100 times, but res macros try to resolve a problem that cannot be resolved with a res macro. You saying that you will res someone doesn't prevent other resers from also attempting to do that in the same second. So you announcing it doesn't change anything at all. And in fact, you wasting time using that raise macro, which is usually slightly slower than just raising normally, means that there's also a longer time frame where someone else could try to res. Same problem. So it doesn't fix the issue. Rage. Steel. What this? Intuition. I don't think I've ever seen the animation of this golden flash appear. That's pretty funny. I have the intuition that I think the loot is on this floor. It's right next to you, idiot. Exactly, Shaq. And actually, you would be able to find a solution for that because you communicate. If you made an agreement, like I'm not trying to dictate how you do things, but you could make an agreement that one of you always is the first responder for resing. And you could also make an agreement that one of you like reses top to bottom and the other reses bottom to top. That way, if there's one player dead, then the person who's first to respond can just say, I can't, when, like, it's time to rest, and then the other person knows to go for it. And then they can say, I can't, and then we have our red mage, Cat. And if there's two players dead at the same time, you already know who you're supposed to rest, because one of you start from the top, the other one starts from the bottom. But I mean, that can similarly also be a problem because, like, it can lead to like specific cases where that's not optimal. Like, let's say that two players are dead, and one of them is Cat, but the specific healer that doesn't have Swiftcast available is the one who's supposed to res Cat. In that scenario, it might be better that, like, one of the healers takes a moment and goes, wait, let me see what the other healer does. Do they res Cat? And then they go and res Cat, if not. I think that enemy got the point. Hold this drill, why don't ya? And then the summoner swoops in and reses. Yeah, that too. If only we had both a summoner and a red mage, huh? Also, party house! Really weird party. We have bombs, dinosaurs, and insects. I think that enemy saw my hat. Any ninja mains in the chat? How does all mudras are macroed sound? Because in my head, that says unresponsive town, let's go. Like pure pain, yeah, exactly. Challenge stream where we have to macro everything. Oh. The meme stream, you have to macro everything, and they have to all be mouse over macros. 5-button challenge, but all 5 buttons need a community-approved macro attached. That is an interesting idea. Although, I have a feeling the optimizer brain tells me that what would happen is that summoners would basically just be spamming Radiant Aegis on the tank. Oh, that's a nice personal defensive cooldown you have. Well, it's a nice defensive cooldown you have there. Personal, that's not that's our cooldown. You're supposed to use that to help the healers. Could you imagine that you sat on Radiant Aegis and one of our healers had to cast a healing spell? The potential damage loss they would feel. No, those Radiant Aegis go on the tank. That is, of course, exaggeration, but that is what that's what I'm predicting. Oh, you can use that on other players? Oh, nice. Nice. That's a nice, quote-unquote, personal cooldown you have there. It'd be a shame if someone took it. And by the way, can you use it on the tank? It's like, all ranged physical jobs have a 10%, like actually a 15% mitigation defensive cooldown. Notice that I didn't say personal. Yes, June has a GCD loss. What do you mean you died to Doom? Just don't die to Doom, Lamau. Where does Radiant Aegis go? That's right, it goes in the tank hole. Yep. Exactly. Boink. I should have used this in a room with more enemies. Hey, dragon. Hold this. My defensive cooldown is a Q timer for getting a tank and a healer. Oh. Ugh. What are you queuing for me, Wells? No. You can't, Gleaming. It's a wish list someone suggested. That it would be nice if you could, because in PvP you can. I don't know if it was in on the joke, but I felt like it was better to be honest than keep the joke going. if you're genuinely confused. In PvP, summoners can use Radiant Aegis on other players. Which is an interesting option. But if you could use Radiant Aegis on other players in PvE, then it like you could use it on anyone. Who would you use it on? Obviously the tank. It's the same as like Nature's Min when it was usable on only one player for bots. Like before it became a raid cooldown, it was like, that's right, it goes on the tank. It's like it's the same as like if Machinists got a personal defensive cooldown, like that they could reduce damage taken by 10%. That's basically what Dismantle does, but because it affects everyone, it's not the Machinist's defensive cooldown. It's our defensive cooldown. Like share with the class. Yeah, exactly. Palisade too. That's right. That goes on the tank. Although, in fairness, Palisade couldn't be used on yourself. It could only be used on others. Is Red Mage the only magic DPS that doesn't have a self-shield? Yes. Look at Chimera. Second wind is now 10 Yalm AoE heal. Our second wind. But yeah, exactly. Oh, it works on other players? Well, then it's not yours. It's ours. You're coming through loud and clear, Adele? I guess there is one way. That there are two circumstances in which you might not spread it to the entire party for Pictomancer. One is that it requires 2 weaves to get it to the entire party, so you might not actually make it in time, depending on the timing. The other is that the personal version reduces the cooldown by 60 seconds if it's successfully spent, whereas the shared version only reduces it by 30 seconds. So if you need it again 60 seconds later... Oh boy! Mimic in a Mimic! My favorite! All of that for an additional strength that I had already refreshed. Ah! I want that yell you just made as a ringtone. Ah! Yeah, the thing is, Bits, that the players that focus on that, the Pictomancer's better, are focused on one specific aspect. And it is an aspect that, yes, when you're trying to min-max, it does matter. And that is also like... And that's the funny thing, is that we've... ironically, we've talked exactly about this subject on Palace of the Dead streams before. But it's essentially the same kind of players that go, no, you can't play Machinist because Bard is better. And then you say, what do you mean by that? And then you say, well, it's said on the log. It said so on the log. But it doesn't really matter. I can believe Red Mage and Summoner are reasonably close in damage performance. At present. You know what? I have 3. What's this? Steel? Okay. And my raid team, as some of you saw, had, like, we eventually did clear. And we even, another steal, we even skipped a little bit, despite not doing things perfectly at the end, right? Yannick says, also a funny thing, you can't really have Machinist be buffed too much, because in non-raid content it's just too good. Counterpoint, Yannick. Everyone who's like, Pictomancer God, Dark Knight doesn't need help, blah 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 blah, Warrior's fine. All that nonsense. They're saying that because it's fine in Savage raids. So how is it that it's suddenly reversed now that it's a job that needs help? Like, I'm fine with Machinist being being even crazier in non-raid content. Like, clearly a large percentage of players don't care about that, so why not just let Machinist have that? Like, we'll see if the tune changes when Machinist becomes a god in non-raid content, right? Then we'll see if it's still, well, it's fine, it's balanced in raiding. Which I think is a really silly reason to ignore that something is a little broken. It's fine in one piece of content, and it's the kind of content I care about, and therefore it doesn't matter that it's broken in different content, whether it's broken in a good way or a bad way. It doesn't matter because it's not the content I care about. Because that's what it sounds like to me sometimes. Yeah, exactly, Yannick. That's the thing, and that's what I've said like a million times, is that there's a lot of players that use logs that don't understand how logs work. They don't really read the the graphs and stuff. They just look at the ranking and go, well, Bard is higher than Machinist. No, I think that's fine, Silly. The thing is, if all jobs, like, as far as I understand our DPS, if 2 jobs have the exact same value for our DPS, then it means that in your average group, both jobs will provide the same amount of DPS. As in, if they both say that they can do 10,000 RDPS. Hypothetically. Like, that's actually really, really low. But if it said that, then it means that they do the same. If one of them is an entirely selfish DPS and the other one is a more supportive one, then it means that the supportive one is doing... Maybe they're doing like 7,000, and then they make the rest of the raid provide an additional 3,000. There's a particular problem with that, which is the reason why it's going to be impossible to make this like supposed scenario. Like, that's not going to happen. But if you did that, then it would mean that it doesn't matter which of the jobs you bring. But in like now if we go back to reality for a second, the problem with making that kind of knife's edge balancing is that a job where some part of its performance is dependent on the performance of other jobs means that buffing any job's damage also buffs the damage of all jobs that have raid buffs. There are DPS specifically. Right? Is there a melee job whose burst works similarly to Pictomancer? The closest you get to that, I would say, is Samurai. That's the closest you get. And I'm pretty sure the reason why people don't complain about Samurai, Yannick, is because Samurai actually has a... I believe they have... I haven't checked recently, but when I have checked, I'm pretty sure that top passers... Like, the best samurais have slightly higher peaks than the best other things. Because samurai is really, really good at bursting really, 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 really hard if you do it right. But, quote-unquote, doing it right also depends on the rest of your group coordinating with you. So it's only best if everyone's the best. Meanwhile, Viper, which I believe tends to score higher on average... they can just press reawaken when people decide to use buffs. So they perform on average better because they perform well in any group. It's really weird that. But I think it's also simply that if you compare Samurai to all the other melee DPS, how big is the difference? It's probably not very much. And I'm saying probably because I don't have the logs right in front of my face, right? But I'm pretty sure the difference is reasonably small. What's the difference between Machinist and other DPS, so to speak? Because the reason why Samurai is only being compared to melee DPS and Pictomancer is because those are the ones that are competing with it. Whereas Machinist, I mean, due to the area it averages its performance in, it's both competing for the party slot with ranged physical jobs. But it's also a selfish DPS, which means that it's not boosting someone else by being there. So, like, that's something that can play in. It's really weird because due to how Dancer and Bard gets their damage, it is possible, and like, this is actually more a social thing, but it is a possibility that some players, like some of those sweaty tryhards that want the big pass, they realize that, like, they believe themselves that they are so good that it's actually better to have something like a Dancer in their group, because the Dancer can boost their damage, and like, they themselves are really strong, so if they have a dancer to amplify their performance, it's fine. Even if the dancer's weaker than other options, it's fine, because the dancer amplifies me and I'm really good. So like sometimes it also just plays to the ego of that kind of player. And then they don't align their birds with the dancer. Exactly. Pretty much. By the way, didn't Samurai get a potency buff in 7.1? Like, didn't they get buffs in the patch? I'm pretty sure that both Samurai and Red Mage got buffs. How's Black Mage DPS looking now? Yeah, I don't know. People are still memeing on it. I feel like it might still be too soon to determine whether Black Mage is in a really good, like, is in a significantly better spot or not. Because doing something like making Despair instant has had a pretty big impact on the theory crafting. Have to figure out the optimal opener again. Yannick says, funny thing, Machinist got buffed and the passes are still high in 7.05. Well, that one is very easy to explain, Yannick. Some percentage of the players that were passing in 7.05 finished doing the passing that they wanted to do and are not coming back. There's also the possibility that the good passes they got were really good, so it takes a while to match that again. I do think that it's really funny that people, as usual, revived in like meme infinite paradox rotations on Black Mage. Of course. That's a good point, Silly. We bring a Pictomancer and then we also bring a Black Mage. The Black Mage's damage gives the Pictomancer better performance because Starry Muse. The thing is, the buff of Black Mage getting one extra ley line is a clear DPS gain. But the DPS gain is smaller the longer the fight is. That's actually something that, if you are the kind of player that likes to go to Stone Sky Sea and mess around, you'll probably find that it's a lot easier to score really high, like score really well now. Because before, you got 2 ley lines in that 3-minute practice window. Now you get 3. And you have like slightly more, like you have some flexibility in when you do them. Like 50% uptime of your big damage, like of your big burst button. Imagine that on any other job. 50% uptime. Well, not quite in the opener Brontom. I could actually imagine that that extra ley line that you're doing might not be an extension of the opener. It is, in my mind, more likely that it is a it might be used like on the odd minute or something else, like when it happens to be convenient. So it might not go an extension of the opener. Can we have the ley lines following us around? And it says, a bit more reliable metric. Top Bard passes complete M4S in a bit more than 10 minutes. Machinist passes approach 12. I think a part of that is also that the tryhard passes are not bringing Machinists. Like, this is something that we had to talk about right at the launch of Dawntrail, that people looked at Black Mage and said, look at how far, like, how they massacred my boy, because all the Black Mage passes were all the way down, but there were multiple reasons for that. Supposedly, a large amount of Black Mage mains decided they wanted to be Pixelmancer mains now, which is perfectly understandable. I thought that the new shiny job was cooler. And some part of those meant that Black Mage just had less, like, sweaty tryhards, right? And then also that the parser groups were less likely to have Black Mages. So, like, the average Black Mage was a little weaker. Whereas in End of Endwalker, the big parsers were playing Black Mage, specifically because Black Mage was the best option. When it is no longer the best, it stops having that advantage of being the strongest to lead players to play it more. So Machinist has this weakness of never really having been the best, right? So it has never really had that drive of getting people to play it because it's good. People play it because they like Machinist, more likely. How do top groups actually decide on group composition? That's hard to say. I'm guessing they figure out what is the best and go from there. Hey Lana, hope you're doing well. What would be the least optimal party composition you could do? If we assume that it has to at least have full party bonus to be, like, to be fair, it has to be, like, if we're talking the opposite of parser group, I would guess, well, it has to be White Mage and Sage, because Astrologian and Scholar are usually in the parser groups, right? So White Mage and Sage has to be the weaker option for, you know, optimizing. Similarly, you'd probably bring Warrior and Paladin? Again, because Dark Knight and Gunbreaker tend to be the ones being brought for parser groups. And then for the DPS, you would probably bring, like, Summoner and Red Mage. And Machinist. And then I don't know, like, whoever ranks the lowest among the melee DPS. Something like that would be my guess. If we're assuming that you have to have full party bonus, and also it has to, you know, no duplicates. Eight Disciples of the Hand. What if you call the Shiva pattern a muffin? Like the one with the spiraling stuff? Call it a muffin? Is that what you mean, Ridleyan? Like the one with the spiraling circle AoEs? What? Why a muffin? Like, is there some imagery you can think of that makes it make sense that it's a muffin? Call it broccoli? Actually, there's already something in Final Fantasy XIV called a broccoli. Oh, the way you eat it. I think I actually usually, if I see such a mechanic, I will call it spiraling circle AoEs. Because again, it's a very, like, it's quite literal. But calling it a muffin is pretty funny. Serious idea. Clearing hard dude is like extreme and stuff, but the party you just described actually not that hard, which is the point. The problem actually, Bitsfox, with that is that I wouldn't want to force people to play jobs they don't like for a joke like that. But I think I kind of tried to get the point across with my Savage Raid team. As I've said time and again, the Savage Raid team that you've seen on the streams on this channel, I would say a majority of the raid team are, like, new to Savage Raiding. And we, like, it took us time to get through it all, but we did it. So, like, that's a different kind of point to make. And you did it on one raid day a week. Yeah, true. Although some weeks we did have re-clears on a different day. Back-to-back donut AoE should be called bagels. How many fights have back-to-back donut AoEs? Arf. I mean, they have... I don't know. Is that back-to-back donut AoEs? Maybe your Jimbo's personal donuts can be called bagels? Oh, yeah! ARF was simultaneous. Yeah, exactly. On ARF, it's either simultaneous donuts or no donuts, I guess. As a member of my static who doesn't understand mechanic explanations unless if you can make things innuendos or use theater kit terminology. Oh, it sounds like the problem is that they're having trouble staying alert and paying attention. Because if that's what they're doing, it sounds like while they're paying attention, they're laughing. Which is, by the way, also what I kind of went with. I use weird phrasings for mechanics because it's funnier. Ow. Which makes it easier to remember. How well it works is a different story. Landmine explodes directly on the small dragon. Owie! Big oof! Also, he does. Hope you're doing well. Technically the final boss of Puppet's Bunker. Oh, I guess that's kind of like a donut AoE in a weird way. Although I don't know if that counts since the center of the donut is filled in. Does that count? Oh, right. For some reason, I was picturing Tower Paradigm's Breach does. That is a good point. The double donuts. I call shenanigans. I would like to call the referee. This floor says no sprint allowed. Why do they have sprint? They don't just have sprint, they have perma sprint. Pretty sure that's a banned compound detected. I call shenanigans. The referee has been assaulted. Oh no! You got sprinted down and slapped with the damage buffs they have. Oh no! Banned compound detected. Out of the way, tin can! Boom! Me dying to Lakshmi's innocent kill. Oh no, big boo-boo. Is it actually a boo-boo? Isn't it something else, technically? The way you said out of the way, Tin Can, makes me think it's a Starscream quote. Out of the way, Tin Can! It could actually be a Starscream quote, because you could absolutely call call the Transformers robots tin cans as an insult. Steel, more steel. Boink. I'm not sure what I would like to hear what a screaming star sounds like. Do you not know Starscream? It's one of the bad guys in Transformers. Wait, no, not like that. Well, they said no sprinting. I'm just jogging efficiently. Not sprinting. I'm just jogging very efficiently. Ow. Butterfly float. Yeah, exactly, Bangladesh. Exactly. The scoundrel. I'm now imagining you get a steel cap from Super Mario. It's the music when you get the steel cap in Mario 64. It's a dragon! Metal Kai walks in the water, ignores water and air currents. Yeah, exactly. Ow. Don't bite me. It's munching on me. Still manage to extract your materia. Yeah, no, absolutely. Ooh, flight. Bloop. What this? Resolution. You know, Bits, many years ago, when I went to a private school, for a few years, that private school had a Nintendo 64. And I believe the games they had for it was Diddy Kong Racing and Super Mario 64. Which of course means that it was like random roll what you were getting, right? Because who knows how safe those save games are. All it takes for a save to be deleted is one of the smaller kids that don't read English to get into the main menu and decide to explore it and accidentally press the delete save button and then choose a save and then go whoops. But it also did mean that there was a reasonably high chance that kids that barely knew how to play the game could play around in the overworld with all the things the kids that did know how to play had unlocked. Exactly, plus there's only 4 saves, which means that they're all the community saves, our save games. Back when Game Boy games didn't have a save file but a code to enter. See, that's a lot more helpful in such a circumstance because you can bring your save game home, right? None of the Game Boy games actually explained how that works. Oh yeah, that's true. They just give you the code and go, good luck. I once overwrote my brother's Pokemon Yellow save file. He had a level 100 Raichu. Oh man. I was 3. Oh. I learned about what save games meant when I was like 5, when we got our first console. Because like that was something that was very important. It was a problem if save games wasn't safe on the family console. It also helped that it didn't take long for each family member to get personal memory cards. A lot easier to avoid deleting someone else's save if you don't even have access to it. For instance, my brother and I had to share consoles, but we also had very different affinities for what kind of games we enjoyed. Nothing gets you to know a game better than your memory card just deleting itself. Is that how speedrunning started to come about? I guess I'll just play through the entire game again. And just have like a whole RPG game. How long could it take? Oh man, my Final Fantasy VII save is gone. Well, I'll just grind all that back. How long could it take? And that's when he looks at the chest. Take that! Take that! Objection! Hold it! Objection! Newell says, we didn't have a memory card when we first got a PS2, so my siblings and I got real good at unlocking the characters in Dragon Ball. Oh, that sounds really annoying. You find like a character you really like, and like, oh man, every time I want to play it, I have to re-unlock it. I think some families would also just keep the console running. Like, as long as you didn't turn it off. It's an interesting twist, Space Pirate, because sometimes those kind of players that are like basically speaking for the players that play the job, they sometimes also completely miss the mark on what is needed, like what it would take. And sometimes what you experience is that they're not mains of the job. They played the job for a bit and figured out that they don't like it and they would rather it be different. And then they say what they would want. But yeah, it is a nice gesture. It also makes sense if you're not the kind of player to just play whatever the most optimal job is at any one given time, then you have an indirect interest in the jobs that are at the bottom of the poll to get buffed. Because if the general consensus is that the jobs that are weaker needs buffs, then it means that if your job is at the bottom at some point, then everyone will agree that your job also should get buffs. It's like some sort of weird teamwork. I just realized that I've missed out on stickers. Also, I think I just lost my three-line opportunity right then. Exactly that, and that's the way it should be. The problem is that when people try and compare jobs, they often just look at the general big number and go, look, everyone's playing Pixelmancer. It's definitely because Pixelmancer is stronger than the other jobs and no other reason than that. They even had a line saying, I'm shouting my knife Cooper. Wow, that's a disturbing saving feature. I know, Bokaj, but the reason why I said that is because I was on 5 stickers and it was still very clear that there was a possibility of 3 lines. Ease of use, rate buff, nice aesthetics and damage. Actually, I would like to point out that there have been people, when we were doing Pixelmancer, Palace of the Dead, that said that the sounds that Pixelmancer makes made them feel unwell, even. The weird blubbery, weird strange noises they make. That might be whining, but it still does mean that it isn't perfect. You know, the thing there, Bits, is that before this patch, Abyssal Drains already had like a healing component to it. It was just that in this patch, they buffed it by 150%. Like, they multiplied the potency on that heal by 2.5. It's pretty effective. They also added the healing component to Carven Spit while they were at it. Finally. That's something that I've offhandedly suggested for ages. Like, why is it that you have to choose the AoE version to get healing? I imagine if they hadn't noticed, Bits, is that it, like, Abyssal Drain is also an attack button, so they might have just been too focused on what it does damage. Because just every person I saw go through the patch notes was like, this healing makes no sense. On Carven Spit, you mean? Did you mean on Carven Spit, Bokaj? Carven Spit is a single target attack. Abyssal Drain is an AoE attack. They share cooldown, it's a minute cooldown. Before 7.1, Carven Spit did more damage than Abyssal Drain on 1 or 2 targets. Abyssal Drain wins on 3+ targets. But Abyssal Drain just also healed for 200 cure potency per target hit. Carbon Spit just didn't heal. Like, it straight up just didn't heal. It just did more damage on 1 or 2 targets, but didn't heal. Logically, Carbon Spit has nothing to do with lifesteal. Like, the animation doesn't have, like, some sort of detail where it looks like you're stealing life force from the enemy or anything. It doesn't. So, like, from the aesthetics department, yeah, it makes no sense that Carbon Spit would heal, but why not? Why does Bloodwetting heal? Why does Raw Intuition heal? Like, that also makes no sense. So, like, get in line on that one. Both Carbon Spit and Abyssal Drain recovers 600 MP. But they recover 600 MP regardless of target count. They both recover it. So again, it's not like Carbon Spit gives MP, Abyssal Drain gives HP. They both give MP, but Abyssal Drain also gets to heal you. So I've said multiple times that I think it would be nice if Carbon Spit also healed, because then you didn't have to choose. Because on 1 or 2 targets, it would actually be a consideration under certain circumstances, very specific circumstances, that maybe it would actually be better to use Abyssal Drain because it heals, as opposed to Carbon Spit that does not heal. Now they both heal, which makes sense to me. They share cooldown, so Abyssal Drain should be entirely an AoE version of Carbon Spit. And that can only be true if Carbon Spit also heals. That's just the way I see it. That's the only way to make it fair. Brondom says, I'm kinda salty over the Dark Mind change now also doing physical damage. Well, the thing is, that has been a quote-unquote problem for Dark Knights for ages. That they have a defensive cooldown that costs the same amount of button real estate as Thrill of Battle, Bulwark, and Camouflage. But Dark Mind, and only Dark Mind, is worthless in a physical context. By adding 10% physical damage reduction to Dark Mind is basically the magic version of Camouflage. Because Camouflage increases your parry chance, which only works on physical damage. Whereas Dark Mind gives magic damage reduction. Bukash says, is the Dark Knight Renaissance after 705 just because the damage turned out to be higher actually, or was there any other reason? The long story short is that Dark Knight, due to the sheer capacity they have to shove things into a burst window, they do more damage if your entire raid composition is like bursting good. But if your team composition is not optimal in that regard, then Warrior beats Dark Knight on damage, apparently. Also, I've heard. Which means that Dark Knight can simultaneously be at the top and not at the top. And at the start of an expansion, people have not figured out how to make the most of a job yet. Which means that the jobs that are easier, like I would say Warrior, will reach their peaks faster. Yes, they'll also have ways to optimize, but they will find like their earlier peaks sooner than the harder ones to optimize. And the funny thing is that what happens then is that people see that Dark Knight is not at the top, they complain about it, then they figure out Dark Knight is at the top. But the thing is, what was it people were complaining about with Dark Knight at the launch of Dawntrail? I believe a large part of players were not complaining about Dark Knight not doing enough damage. It was more, I've talked about this before on stream. Players in an MMO like Final Fantasy XIV will play the most boring job if it does the most damage. And they will defend it. They'll say that it's awesome. But they will turn on it immediately if it's no longer the best. And that's what happened with Dark Knight. A lot of Dark Knights think that the filler rotation is dreadfully boring, which, okay, I can kind of see that. But it's not that bad. But that was what it was going on, is that not only was Dark Knight not at the top on the damage, not only that, but their rotation was boring and hadn't developed much. Like, those were the problems. And then when Dark Knight then turned out to be better than they thought, it was just like, well, so what? Dark Knight is still boring. Mic drop. But it had that effect of people going, wait a minute, I just realized that this is boring. Which I think is actually really funny. How many waves of ads is it that there are on this fight? Is it 2 or 3? Because I'd like to only use 2 resolutions. I should have made sure those died closer to each other. Isn't there 3 waves? How much damage does this do? That's not very impressive. Bukai says, I wonder if people would stop playing Pixelmans in the second Black Mage deals more damage. Some will. As Giriheen says, absolutely, some will. And you will also find that some of those players that will do that will be players that have been like, oh yeah, Pixelmans is the best, I love it, and I would never play anything else ever again. Like, there will be some of those also dropping the job like an old toy the instant that a different job is better. But there will also, importantly, be plenty of players that will stick to Pixelmancer despite that. But that is the thing. That is also what I said at the start of Dawntrail, is that in a way, when the massive drop in player count playing Black Mage at the start of Dawntrail, some percentage of those players, like, that were lost, were players that didn't like the new style of Black Mage, which is understandable, but also a large percentage of those players would have been players that just went, well, Pixelmans are stronger now, so I'll just play that. Like, they didn't actually care about Black Mage, they just cared about what Black Mage could. So, like, basically, the best way we would have been able to see how many were playing Black Mage just because it was strongest would have been if Black Mage had been unchanged in Dawntrail, but Pictomancer had been added and had been busted just the same. Then we would have seen how many Black Mage mains were swearing by the non-standard rotation just because it was good. Not because it was fun. But we didn't get that. We got a mix. But the reason why I remember this kind of conversation so clearly is because so many people, I'm not joking, so many people were pointing to the massive drop in pass counts for Black Mages. And saying, look how many Black Mages hate the new Black Mage style. Like, basically, they took the full difference between passes before and after and attributed all of it to the thing they didn't like. Which means that that's the reason why, like, I have a little bit of a counter argument ready. Exactly because... Wait a minute. Ah, never mind. It's one off. Because I have had to explain that to people that it doesn't quite work like that. Let's do one more so that we're closer to the challenging part when we start next time. Good old confounding variables, yeah, exactly. Right, it was a purity. That's the exit. I'm thinking, where do you find the Viper quest? In Uldar? And yeah, also that Bronto. The thing is, with a lot of these kinds of job balance discussions, is that part of the reason why they got so much attention was because some content creators needed something to talk about. I just want to mention that I did not, in fact, put out a video complaining about Dark Knight being boring. And if I did put out something that could be classified as that, I did it like a month after everyone else. Yeah, exactly, Space Pirate. That's a lot more fun, isn't it? Exactly, Ridleyan. And what I was thinking about is that I think the closest you could get to a video from me in recent memory complaining about Dark Knight would be the video I made called That Hollow Feeling. I can't remember if I actually brought up Dark Knight in that one. How did I miss that trap? Space Pirate says, it makes me sad when someone can't bring in their favorite job because the meta says it's not good enough. I can say, for my Savage team, what we did, the only thing where I told someone, can you play something else, was I wanted specifically to have Giraheen. But Giraheen is a dancer main. So I asked, can you play a melee DPS? And they said they can play Viper. But everything else, I didn't say, oh no, you can't play Red Mage, it has to be a Pictomancer. I didn't say, you can't play Paladin, it has to be a Dark Knight or Gunbreaker. I didn't pose anything. I just said, well, you have to play the job you like. Which is like, that kind of circles back to, I think, was it Liv that said it would be nice? That, no, I think it might have been Gleaming actually. That said no, I actually can't remember. That said it would be nice to have a series going through hard content with the worst group composition just to demonstrate that it's possible. Brilliance is Rook. Are there any other turrets? In PvP, there's the Bishop auto turret. Before the Machinist rework of Shadowbringers, Rook auto... Like, basically, the turret Machinist had was something you just put down and it just would shoot forever. Like, it was basically like a pet. You just had to move it. And the Rook auto turret was the single target option, and Bishop auto turret was an AoE option that shot around it. So you placed it on the mobs. And yeah, it upgrades later into the Automaton Queen. And, you know, there's the Galsar and the Ricochet upgrades into Checkmate and Double Check, which are also chess references. I don't know why they decided that Machinist is also really into chess. I get what you mean, Ictus. But I can say that I have specifically heard stories from the second rating of Endwalker, which some might recall was the one with the too hard DPS check, that some groups in the World First race brought specific jobs because, well, Bob wanted to play that. So yes, you can justify it. It's just about whether your group can justify it. And there is the reality that a lot of really progression-focused teams will not go, oh yeah, sure, you can play the garbage job because you want to. Sure, why not? And that's, of course, exaggeration. But yeah, like that is you're right that it is a very difficult one to sell when it's like, guys, can I play Black Mage? I know it's a lot harder to play well than Pictomancer, but I think it's more fun. Like, can you do more damage as Black Mage? No? Then no. Obviously. Like, I can see that. Can you even play chess in this game? I don't believe so. I didn't mean to do that. Elana says, I think I play Black Mage very well, but I suck with Pictomancer is a pretty good point to bring. Oh yeah, but that's the thing, Elana, because Ictus also did point out week 1 prog, which means we knew from the launch of Dawntrail, like, people figured out extremely quickly that Pictomancer is completely busted. So if you have like a designated static you're going to play with, right? You already know who you're playing with. It's not like you're not asking on Tuesday when like the Savage Raid finally comes out, guys, can I play Black Mage? You knew what job you're going to play weeks in advance. You were probably not practicing Black Mage if it was known that Pictomancer did everything Black Mage did better. unless you're not playing to win. Like, this is the kind of optimization stuff where it gets a little too sweaty that I sometimes bring up in videos and such. That some part of the player base can get a little too focused on optimization. But some small amount of them are, it sort of makes sense. Like, it specifically at the very start of an expansion, the mage in your group, or mages, depending on your group composition choices, have the free choice to choose what they're going to play. Like, they haven't committed to anything yet. No strength. But that's the thing. That's also why it is difficult with this kind of stuff, is because even if a job is viable, there will be a percentage of players that go, it isn't for me. Because they, like, for them, it actually does matter that that job does 1% more damage than the other. Like, I've said before that, like, if a job isn't strong enough to beat a DPS check week 1, okay, they can beat it week 2. Is that a problem? If you're a player that wants to beat the raid tier week 1, then yes, that is a deal breaker. Then you can't play that. Why are we talking about optimization? Because that's what we ended up on. We've actually been talking about this for a bit. I think we came in on it thanks to Machinist. Necrofit says can't beat a DPS check week 1, giving Machinist flashbacks to P8S. Yeah, let's see. Machinist, Paladin, Red Mage. I think people even started looking hungrily at Warrior. Because, like, the thing is that the moment that the player base goes, the weakest job on the FF logs can't beat the DPS check. It's almost like a fire. Like, someone just, like, grabs a lighter and just puts like a piece of paper that is the FF logs on fire, and the bottom job gets burned. And when that job is gone from the runnings, the next worst job is now being scrutinized, and hey, maybe that one isn't good enough either. And once that one is pushed out, you look at the next job and the next job, and eventually, if someone doesn't put a stop to it, the player base itself will somehow find a way to justify that only the best jobs in each category is even viable. But if there are only 6 good jobs, well, then there's a problem with an 8-group composition, right? Which is also part of the reason why when people started doing this with going, oh no, that job's not viable because it can't so-and-so. Like, that's, I believe, the reason why the development team were so fast on the trigger to nerf P8S was because they were seeing that it was doing irreparable damage to certain jobs. That was just unnecessary, because here's the thing. Let's say that for the sake of argument, that Paladin couldn't do enough damage. Like, any group composition you could come up with that included Paladin would not be able to meet this DPS check on the first week. Hypothetically. Any one of them. That's, first of all, that's impressively specific. But Paladin would probably be able to match it on week 2. However, Paladins were being excluded from P5S groups and P6S groups and P7S. I actually specifically remember this was also a problem for Paladin in the first raid tier, that they were being excluded from P1S groups because they were too weak for P4S or something weird like that. Exactly, Zero Night. So basically, part of the reason why we can't have situations where certain jobs just aren't strong enough on week 1, even though that shouldn't be a problem. Yeah, exactly, Emir, too weak, quote unquote. Is because the player base itself has demonstrated that it isn't mature enough in that aspect to handle that kind of situation in a mature way. Exactly, Bits. If it can't do everything, it's not worth having ever. Every PvE player base. But what you can do about this is it depends on what kind of people you surround yourself with. And this one goes out to Zero Night a little bit as well, because they seem a little bit depressed by this exact scenario. Like, as I said, I wanted to get into Savage Raiding with a few friends. And I just, like, I didn't set very particularly high requirements, I don't think. And we made a Savage Raid team. And, as I said, didn't make any demands as to what specific jobs people had to play. We didn't need the meta. In fact, because we had players in the raid team that were rather new to Savage Raiding, even if we had the best jobs in each category, that might have been... had a negative impact, because that would have meant we didn't have a red mage. You did say double melee. I did say balanced raid composition, and I believe that the most balanced raid composition has 2 melee DPS and 2 ranged DPS. It just so happens that there are not 2 categories of melee DPS, but there are 2 categories of ranged DPS. Like, if there was some sort of secondary mage, like, melee category, then we would have had one of each, right? You know, that's funny, Space Pirate, because I was actually so confident when they said that the new melee DPS in Endwalker was going to be more magically focused. I was actually expecting that it would be a melee DPS, but it's actually categorized as a mage. Or something like that. Which is not what we got. But that was what I expected of Reaper. Oh. Whoops. Too late on the trigger there. Oh well. It's only one. What if every gear category counted towards the 5%? Are you saying that the scouting and the aiming categories would be the same one then? I don't think I quite follow what you're on about there, Zero Night. If you're talking about gearing, then the main problem with making like gearing less impactful is that the only thing that raid, like Savage Raid gear is needed for is Savage Raids and Ultimates. So they, like, if you're not interested in Savage Raids, then you don't like, if you're not interested in Savage or Ultimate, then you don't actually have to worry about it. Your gear will almost certainly be good enough. But that doesn't mean that that justifies that Savage gear is meaningless. Long term for future options. Savage gear makes nice glams. Fair enough. I still think it's really funny when there was the cute mount of P8S. And some more casual players got. I'm not actually sure if they legitimately got mad, or if they were trolling. I'm still not sure. But if they actually legitimately got mad, I think that's really funny. Because the argument posed was, Savage mounts should not be cute. Because cute mounts are for casual players, so casual players should be able to get them. We have jewelry from the previous raid. Space Pirate. At this point in the raid tier, it would probably be expected that people are starting to replace their 710 gear with either augmented crafted gear, which is 720. Or, you know, they have 730. I don't know if you meant the previous raid or if you meant the previous trials. I'm guessing you, now that I think on it, I'm guessing you mean 730 gear. For some reason, it confused me because the previous raid makes me think, you know, the previous raid, like the previous raid tier. But I guess you mean M1S. If you have the gear, and you're meeting, and you're getting blocked by M2S's Harden Rage, like, you actually see the whole fight, and you can't make it, like, it's not even close, then there is probably multiple players in your raid team that might need to review their attack rotation. Yeah, one way you could do it is have everyone, like, make a little field trip to Stone Sky Sea. Have everyone beat certain striking dummies, perhaps the M2S one. And if you get everyone's either clear time or how much HP the striking dummy has left, then you will be able to see if there's someone who's really dumpstering on the damage. Now, the key here is that once you have that information, what you do is you don't replace them. That's not what you do. At least not at first. What you do also, hey, Judgment Dragon, hope you're doing well. At first, you approach them, see if there's anything you can help to, like, can they improve? Like, Have they reviewed how to do a good opener? Do they know how to do the rotation right? Like, do they have these things? And if the answer is no, then the question is, of course, will you do those things? And if they say yes, then, you know, like, and they also put in the effort, then, like, you have something to work with. You can continue to move forward. If they say no, then you have the unfortunate realization that you have someone who isn't actually strong enough, who's refusing to improve. But as I said, if your group is in such dire straits, then it is likely that it isn't one person. It's probably more than one person. It is also possible that it's one person and the rest of the group is just barely doing their part. Can be a mix of things. But the point is, you shouldn't just go, oh, that's the black sheep, replace them. That's not how we do things. Like, I've said the same thing to my team, that there's some players in the group that have been worried that they weren't good enough, and I've said, well, I mean, I see it as a failure if we have to replace someone, so let's not do that. And it also doesn't change the fact that I would rather bring them than bring in someone new. So there's, like, it's not even an option. As long as they're capable and willing, we're not going to replace them. That's mean, Emir. No, I know, Space Pirate. I was just saying that some players will do that kind of jump. I wasn't suggesting that you were. I'm just saying that it is a possibility that some players will look at that situation of this person isn't actually good enough and go, I guess we have to replace them. I know, Emir. I know. I can also take it. Don't worry. But I'm just preempting it by saying don't kick them, even if that's not what you even suggested, Space Pirate, because there are players that would do that. And the thing is, if you had replaced them, then you would also have to, like, you know, get to know this new person. Yeah, another way to do it, as Bocage mentions, is, like, if you have logs, you might not. That depends on your static, whether they do that or not. If you do, it would be very easy to, or a lot easier to determine whether someone is really lacking. But it's also perfectly understandable if you don't. If you do have logs, what you can do is find a log where you think, like a good log, like where you can see either M1S or M2S, like whatever. Grab the URL for it, and then go to, as Bocage said, Ziv Analysis, which is also a website, and punch that in there, and then review each person, but just remember to take the advice from Ziv Analysis with a grain of salt. Like, Ziv Analysis doesn't understand context very well, so it will say, like, if the boss dies in the middle of your burst, it will probably say that you goofed up the final burst because you didn't finish it properly. But it can be useful to look at it and go, why is it that the Black Mage only used ley lines once? And strange things like that. Like, stuff like that, where the, like, obvious mistakes will be obvious, so that can be helpful. Yeah, I would say so, FFXIV. Well, I think the way that you should go about it, Space Pirate, is if your team, your static as a whole, recognizes that there's a problem here, would be to take time together to look at it. Not just have you almost in secret figuring out who the culprit is, or what you want to call it. Like, look at it as a team and see where's the problem, and then work on it. And just because you're not perfect doesn't mean that you can't also look at, try and help others. The important thing is, you look at what you can do as well. I can say that in the current raid tier, it is possible to fully satisfy Civ Analysis on most bosses, if not all bosses. At least certain jobs. Like, for instance, on Warrior, I have logs where my performance on specific bosses were to the point where it straight up said that it had nothing. I didn't get a perfect pass, though, because RNG, am I right? And again, it doesn't understand context. But the fact that it is possible to fully satisfy Civ Analysis and still not be perfect also means that, in one way, it means that doing everything Civ Analysis says that you should isn't perfect. And also that not doing everything Civ Analysis say can be perfect. It just depends on context. But I would say that would be my suggestion. If you have logs, it makes it a lot easier. But another way to approach it would also be to do the Stone Sky Sea thing. Because sometimes some players can sometimes need to see the problem on their end very obviously before they recognize that there's a problem. Sometimes. And seeing, oh, I can't actually beat this striking dummy that is meant to demonstrate that I'm capable of beating this fight at all, is usually a pretty strong wake-up call. But it doesn't work for everyone. Some players will get demoralized by that and then lose all hope. The way that you should use passage... actually, two things on that, Space Pirate. Defensive cooldowns, it might say you're not using it very much, but the important thing is that you're using them when it's available. So it might be more... you should look at it more like... Remember that you have Passage of Arms, and you have more Passage of Arms than you're using. So consider using them more. The way you're supposed to use Passage of Arms under nearly all circumstances in Savage raiding is a few seconds before the mechanic lands, or even 1 second before the mechanic lands, you weave Passage of Arms. So you do a GZD, then you weave Passage of Arms, and then you just hold it until your next GZD. Approximately. Even just flashing Passage of Arms for a single OGCD and then weaving something else can also work. Either way, it will give the party, not you, the party behind you, 15% damage reduction for 5 seconds. For some reason, the buff lasts a little bit longer. It's the same reason why Astrologians can flash Collective Unconscious, because it lasts 5 seconds. If you just flash it real quick. But yeah, you don't want to hold Passage of Arms. That's usually a bad sign. Unless you actually need it for some reason. Yeah, exactly as Bokaj says. The biggest value of Civ analysis is that it can enable someone who might not know too much about your job to have a chance of giving you advice on like general things. Like they can go, well, I know what an OGCD attack is, and you're not using this attack very much. I know what a damage cooldown is, and you're not using this very much. But if they just saw combat footage, they wouldn't be able to understand it. But they can see someone else, like essentially the analysis, making the data, and then they can give you advice on what things matter and what things don't. With the intuition, we found more horde. The good news is that because I've been a little bit sparing with my sustain potions, we're getting like over 100 sustain potions from this climb. Not that I need that many. But like the final 30 floors or so, you can easily almost use a potion per minute. And with that in mind, or even 2 potions per minute sometimes. And with that in mind, you would need like 180 potions. Does the authors, the Eureka authors, have any real reward, or was that part of the one and done discussed earlier? Eureka authors has rewards in the same way that other deep dungeons do, and it also has a title for soloing it and all that. But I think the real problem was more that deep dungeons, a lot of players enjoy them. But it is somewhat niche content, admittedly. So I can imagine a large percentage of players just don't care. Like, they straight up just don't care. And Eureka Authors is also harder than the other two. So it's much more of a problem to climb it without a group of friends or something. So like, I'm not saying that you can't do it without friends. I'm just saying that that can be a deterrent for players that would have otherwise liked it. Well, Space Pirate, I think it sounds like you found the culprit then. That was easy. It could be, like, if they had a lot of deaths in that attempt, then yeah, as Bokaj says, that could be the reason. But if they didn't, then that could be concerning. And blam! Don't say it like that, Zero. I'm sure you're great in game. Enjoy your evening, Zero. And thank you. Yeah, that's the thing, is that if you're not sure, if you punch the dancer into the zip analysis, as you scroll down, you'll see, like, at the top of suggestions, it'll say something like, don't die. And it'll list how many times you died. So you would be able to know instantly if the dancer had a low standard finish uptime because they were dead. You know, it's also rough if you tend to get the shakes if you're doing something you haven't done before. Don't die isn't listed. Yeah, that's not good. And yeah, it does count the number of standard step usages. Usually in the suggestions on Civ Analysis, it'll have like a category where it's showing like you didn't use your cooldowns, and then it'll show how many you used / how many you had, which is based on how long the fight was, of course. Like, if it's a 10-minute long fight, it'll be like, well, I mean, you could have used, like, standard step in the opener, and then approximately, like, 20 standard finishes on top of that. Oh, we have a little bit of a spread here. Oh, wow. 1 gil, thanks. Oh, money. Nope. That's not worth a lot. Oh. Oh, 10,000 gil. Nice. And it is funny, it makes like a sound like, ooh, you got something uncommon. Like, it's a grade 5 material. But yeah, in that case, that's something to start with, is Space Pirate. Like, that's at least something to start with. Exactly, Necrophits. Oh, you got something uncommon. Enjoy this materia that's barely worth selling. You've earned it. Thanks. Meanwhile, I can't remember if it was last set or the set before that. I got a jet black die. Made like 400,000 gil or something like that. You win some, you lose some. Avocado! Thanks! Classic meme. Hey, offer you a rock in this trying time. Yeah. It is funny with standard finish. Because standard finish is only, like, on its own, it's only a small amount, like a very small amount of damage, like per second, essentially, over your filler combo as a dancer. But Last Dance, which, you know, standard finish gives Last Dance, is also, like, is significantly better than a regular GCD. So Last Dance is way more worth than standard finish, and one gives the other. And then there's, of course, also the buff from standard finish that shouldn't be ignored. And Griffith says, thinking about how useful standard step is just always makes me think of Sastasha, where it's a downright nuke. The funny thing is that despite how amazingly strong standard finish is in low-level content, if I remember correctly, there might be a potency change on them. Nope. Yeah. The problem with Dancer in low-level content it's not a problem really, it's more like, there's a better one, is that, like, in Sastasha, you have standard finish, which I think is 800 potency at that level, because there's a potency boost here. And it actually got buffed from 720, if I remember correctly, with Dawntrail's release. But it's 400 and then 100. Well, it's 800, but it takes 2 GZDs to set it up. So it's essentially 400 per GZD, and it's a quarter of that to secondary target. So it's a 100 potency per GZD. Although you can set it up before you enter combat, of course, or before you're in range, so it can be considered an 800 potency nuke with 200 potency secondary target drop-off. But Dancer has that and then 100 potency. Plus 5%, so 105 potency on their AoE. Meanwhile, Machinist just rolls up and does 140 on every GCT. So it's like, on AoE, imagine Machinist goes, oh, big whoop, I don't have standard finish, but I have a permanent 40% damage bonus on my AoE. Congratulations with your 5% Dancer, I guess. Like, that's the reason why a lot of people say that Machinist is completely busted in low-level content. And hey, Catfish Jr., hope you're doing well. Exactly, Machinist's standard finish is called shooting their gun. It only takes a set amount of GCDs before Spreadshot overtakes standard finish plus windmill spam. Simply because the AoE drop-off is rather weak. It takes like 3 or 4 GCDs for that to win. Then of course the Dancer has the advantage of doing an extra 600 potency to one guy. And that one guy might just die as a result. But the question is in low-level dungeons whether that's helpful. It just means that you cleave less on the... Like, you just do... Like, that mob would have died around the same time as the rest of the mobs. It just died a little sooner. Delane says, ran some maps and got a weapon cover on the 3rd floor. Thought they were final floor only. I don't know anything, but that means, like, this means that you're either now rich or you have a reasonably exclusive weapon still. Could I have some more damage, please, the Pictomancer? The Pictomancer's a little strange because of their AoE being... I mean... It is a little weird. I'm not sure if they get trait bonuses on their AoE. They do, and they get multiple of them. I think Fire 2 in red starts at 80 potency. Pictomancer damage feels very mid until level 30. And even then, yeah, like the thing that makes Pictomancer really, really work in low-level content is that because fights are super fast, it's like you're not really using Living Muse multiple times. You're using it like once per fight, but you have it every fight, which is reasonably effective. Did we wipe or are we ending? We finished on floor 110, and I think this is a good time to wrap it up. Yeah, it would have been sad if we wiped so early. I feel like I deal way more damage on my Summoner than my Pictomancer and sub 50 content. That's possible, but at least Summoner's really awkward in sub 50 content because of Ether Charge. Like, if nothing else, it's awkward with Summoner. And speaking of blitzes, I can't remember, I think I might have mentioned this on a stream previously, but I was looking at Monk a bit at level 50. Someone made me aware of it on my Monk guide. Like, the thing is, if you're leveling up Monk, that like, and you're not specifically trying to optimize for level 50, then this doesn't matter. It might be better to, like, preserve muscle memory. But it turns out that at level 50, Dragon Kick Boot Shine is so incredibly close in power to Twin Snakes and True Strike and Demolish and Snap Punch that it doesn't actually matter that much which GZD it is. Which means, by extension, that Perfect Balance, which allows you to basically cheat and just jump to the good part, doesn't matter because all of the parts are equally good. One of them, I can't remember from my numbers. It should, like, I might have them somewhere, but one of them is, of course, slightly better, but the problem is that when Perfect Balance ends at level 50, it dumps you out on the street without clothes or anything. It just dumps you out with no form, so you have to start over. Which means that Perfect Balance comes with a downside. Like, it gives you 6 quote-unquote optimal GZDs followed by your worst GZD. And what I'm getting at is that those 6 perfect GZDs are basically not better than, like, they're not better enough to justify having a 7th GZD that is your worst GZD. Your worst GZD being Dragon Kick without form. But by level 60, this problem is resolved because you have Masterful Blitz. Summoners will feel pretty weak just because it's super front-loaded. Yeah, the weird part there is that you'll start a fight with like a big burst as summoner, and then like you have a huge spike from Ether Charge and Energy Drain and Fester, and then your damage just kind of just flatlines. Necrofit says, I would usually do the starting rotation until I had the Raptor Charge and Curl Charge, then Perfect Balance to unload those 3 boosted moves, then repeat the starter rotation to that point. Was it best? Probably not. It worked though. You see, the thing is, the reason why I didn't even notice, like, I made my guide and I thought what I gave of advice was like, I did believe that Perfect Balance was good, even at level 50, just it was really awkward, which is why I later discovered that it wasn't the case. But I did experiment with the concept of, is it better to split up the 2 Perfect Balances? And the answer is no, because each time you end Perfect Balance when below level 60, it, as I said, it dumps you out on the street with no form, which is your worst GCD. And doing it twice is even worse. It's better to like chain them together. And by setting up your orbs and then spending them quickly with Perfect Balance, and then setting up your orbs and then spending them quickly in Perfect Balance, what that does is it moves GZDs you would do anyway earlier in your rotation, but also sprinkles in 2 GZDs you don't want. Like, imagine if... What's a good example? Imagine if Viper, whenever they used Writhing Snap, which, by the way, their worst GZD, no contest, it mega sucks relative to everything else. Every time you use Writhing Snap, it reduces the cooldown of Vice Winder by 5 seconds, so you can pull it further to the front. It would mean that you use a sucky GZD that you wouldn't want to use, but it gives you more of a better GZD. I don't think that would actually be good. But that's basically what I've noticed with Monk. It gets a lot better when you get to level 60 with Masterful Blitz, where they kind of dictate how you do it in a little bit. But at level 50, Perfect Balance needs help. Like, it needs help is the nicest way I can put it. Nox's Ether Charge is my least favorite DPS button. You know what's the worst about Ether Charge? I can't remember if I included this in my Summoner Guide. But Ether Charge increasing the potency of ruins by 50? Only 50? Means that when you just have Ruin 1, you have to have 5 Ether Charge ruins in Ether Charge for it to not actually be like a DPS loss. Because it costs you a GCD, and then, like, Ruin is 240, so it has to, like, give more than 240. Like, Ether Charge itself is not a DPS loss, it gives you attacks that are better as a payoff, but it's pretty funny that Ether Charge is seen as, you know, the big burst moment, but it actually sucks. Like, when you have Ruin 2... Oh, I have intentionally set my camera as it is, Bokaj. I don't mind. When you have Ruin 2, you actually need 6 Ruin casts in Ether Charge for it to pay off. Which means that you have to use Swift Cast on Ruin, otherwise Ether Charge is technically a loss. Very small, though. By Ruin 3 starts at 300 potency. This is like some traits, but it starts at 300. You need 6 ruins in Ether Charge for it to break even. Liv says, oh, I just came back. Is level 50 Monk Perfect Balance going to become the new level 50 Scholar Art of War now? Well, level 50 Scholar Art of War is good. Perfect Balance at level 50 sucks, as it turns out. Or it doesn't suck, it's just that it's so weak that actually using it in a situation where the fight isn't about to end, it's actually worse than not using it. Like, to wrap up on that, the best way you can use Perfect Balance at level 50 is don't use it in your opener, don't use it when it's ready. When the boss is going to die in 6 GZDs or less, that's when you use it. You use the first one, 3 GCDs, use the second one, 3 GCDs. And that way, you can go like, you can just like empty the box, just spam out all your remaining orbs right then. And if you have more left, you can, you know, Dragon Kick, Boot Shine or whatever. But essentially, at level 50, Perfect Balance is better used as a finishing move, from what I can see, rather than an opener or a burst. Is it not a game when you're chaining 2 together? Still no. Like, basically what I'm getting at, Bokaj, is that the average potency of your 3 forms at level 50 is like... And that's including the guaranteed chakra stacks, is like single-digit %. It's really small. So it doesn't really matter which one you're doing. It might matter slightly if you're benefiting from raid buffs or something. But the problem isn't that. Like, Perfect Balance allows you to choose the best GZD. The problem is that Perfect Balance gives you 6 quote-unquote perfect GZDs and then gives you the worst GZD, which is Dragon Cake with no form. Now, see, Necrofits, the point I'm making here is that Perfect Balance is a damage loss if you actually don't finish the fight once Perfect Balance ends. It's just that things die so quickly that it doesn't matter. But it is a very, 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 very small damage loss, essentially. Perfect Balance itself is not the damage loss. The damage loss is that Perfect Balance ends poorly. Like, let me try and put it like this. If Perfect Balance gave you you know, 3 charges it does now, and then when you had spent the 3rd charge, it gave you Formless Fist, which is the thing that Masterful Blitz gives you. Then not only could you split up the Perfect Balance charges as you please, but then Perfect Balance would be only good. The problem is that it tosses you out in a worse state than you entered it with. It's even funnier because as a suboptimal player, I was still almost always the top aggro DPS in 50 content. But that's what I mean, Necrofits. That's what I mean. When I say it's not good, I'm saying the damage difference is so small that it hardly matters, which means that you can probably imagine that the DPS difference over an extended fight is like 1%. Maybe 2%. So if you're playing correctly and the rest of your team is not, then of course you win. And also I'm pretty sure Monk's potencies just at level 50 are pretty strong. Like, Monk at level 50 is good. It's just that Perfect Balance kind of blows. I can't remember how big of a difference it made exactly, but the problem is that because the problem isn't Perfect Balance but the Aftermath, you kind of have to like write out an entire sequence for minutes and have one with Perfect Balance and one without Perfect Balance, and then go see the potency difference. And yeah, exactly, Necrofits. It's very easy to play Monk right at level 50. Anyway, we did 70 floors, which is pretty good. I don't think we'll do 70 floors next time, but I have a feeling that next time we will at least reach the hard part. And then we'll see if we can finish it up on the time after that. But I think that was pretty good. But with that said, if you enjoyed this particular stream, it helps me a lot if you leave a like on it here on YouTube. That tells the algorithm this was an enjoyable stream. I'd like other people to enjoy it as well. So thank you so much for the support. A lot of interesting conversations maybe some people would find entertaining while they see me fumble around in low floors. And if you'd like to be part of the Discord community server, there's a link in the chat right there. You will find the weekly schedule where you can see what else is coming up in the coming days, which includes a scholar guide and a healer comparison video. Later in the week. You will also find the announcement room where you'll see links to videos and streams when they come out. And if you grab the reminder roller in the role assignments room, you will get a notification when I post a video or stream, so you can catch them earlier. And you also get an extra one around 15 minutes before stream starts, so you don't miss a second. And if you want to support the channel even more directly, you can become a member of the channel, you can gift memberships, you can use the super chat system. If you don't like any of that, there's also a Ko-Fi link in the description, and also in the chat, as Aradale posted. It all helps support me and the channel directly so that I can focus on doing stuff like this with all of you. So thank you so much for the support. But I think that'll be all from me for tonight. So good night, good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on where you are in the world, and I hope to see you all very soon. Bye-bye!